From our ring here, we're beginning with the Oberhasli breed, milking yearlings, 14 entries. First, our mammary systems. And mammary systems in the class are 2, 1, and 3. Second place is first place mammary system, placing over the first doe with second udder. Greater area of udder attachment and mammary capacity. There's more function to this mammary system and a wider rear udder arch. When viewed from behind, when we look at these mammary systems from behind, while we grant slightly in the teat placement, but of course teats are a smaller point category, it's that rear udder arch is wider. That rear udder is the second highest at 7 points compared to 4. Placing our second mammary over our third mammary today, the uniformity in teat placement that we see also in the breed standard and color of the mammary system on page 166, light gray to black in mammary system. So a little bit more adherence to the breed standard and the color, but we also see a little more extension of forwarder where it meets the rear barrel, not quite as much of a break, and so it's a little more extension of forwarder. Then our third place mammary system, the total function and the roundness inside profile that we see, the globular shape, compared to the balance of the class makes her worthy of a mammary system placement. You can return your placings in the class. When we look at the entire package in all 4 areas of the scorecard, 1 is placing over 2 and 3 because of general appearance at rest and on the move. 1 places over 2 for her strength of the rear pastern. It's much stronger in the rear pastern at this stage in development. She has more depth of the rear heel and the rear foot. She's more uphill. She's taller at the wither than she is at the rump. She's more nearly level in the loin at rest, as you can see right now, and on the move. And she has also an advantage in dairy strength, leanness in neck, more prominence in wither over 2. 2 placing over 3 has more advantage in body capacity, not only in mammary capacity, but also depth of body. She's wider in the chest floor. You can see inside profile, we look at the point of shoulder, more extension or brisket forward in front of her, but also then the increasing depth of body. When you look at the black belly on her, we have more depth of body as well. So advantage in body capacity and mammary system. 3 placing over 4, although granting some levelness in back, it is this beautiful mammary system, the roundness in shape, particularly inside profile, how it blends up into the escutcheon higher and giving us more pleasing shape. And in her turn, dairy strength. This doe with more femininity about the head. She's showing us a higher arched flank inside profile, leaner in the thigh than 4. 4 placing over 5 for her advantage in mammary system in her turn, showing us more function and capacity to the mammary system. We're seeing more division to the halves when viewed from behind. This is a doe that also excels. Our 5th place doe in her general appearance being more smoothly blended from the neck to the wither, having more length of back and the stronger chine. 5 placing over 6 mammary system. We have a 6th place doe has a weeping teat. She weeps milk, and so for sanitation, while we grant the capacity to this doe, the sanitation of the mammary system, we also have an advantage in the strength and length of rear pastern and a more desirable slope of rump from hip to pin over 6. 6 placing over 7 for her capacity, an area of udder attachment. It's a wider rear udder. Teats of more desirable length than we see on our 7th place doe. She also excels in the body capacity, showing us more fullness at the point of elbow. We'll walk our 7th place doe forward. This doe in 7, really appreciate the mechanics on this young doe and how she walks uphill and the levelness and back that she has. She excels our 8th place doe in mammary system, showing us more width to the rear udder arch. She's showing us a more desirable teat placement as well. And then the dairy strength, she shows us in the length of neck, leanness of neck, and the openness and ribbing. 8 placing over 9 today for her body capacity first, the spring of rib, depth of the rear barrel, and then in her turn in mammary system, she has more height to the rear udder attachment than 9. 9 placing over 10 in body capacity, doe wider throughout when walking toward us, much wider in the chest, and then when walking from behind, walks with more ease of motion around a more capacious mammary system. It's just an underdeveloped doe in 10 that needs to have another freshening under her. 10 placing over 11 in general appearance. She's stronger about the front leg and side profile behind the knee. She has a more appropriate length of rear pastern and a doe that's more level on the move in the loin than 11. 11 placing over 12 today for her advantage in mammary system, a higher and more capacious rear udder that fills the entire escutcheon when viewed from behind compared to 12, although we grant some depth of the rear barrel to 12. 12 placing over 13, not quite as long framed of a doe, but this is a doe that excels our 13th place doe in the general appearance. In her front end assembly, she has a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither, fuller in the crop with more extension of brisket inside profile. 13 over 14 in general appearance. She's more upstanding and uphill for a young yearling. She has a more desirable slope of rump, but it's the usage of the rear legs. For a young doe, we're a little too straight in the rear legs, so we have more angulation about the stifle in 13 over 14. And certainly her 14th place, so we appreciate her substance of bone that she has and the strength that she has for a young doe. Just would like to see a little more mammary capacity up into the rear udder and a stronger rear leg on her to place higher. Again, our milking yearling udder placings were 2, 1, and 3.
All right, we have the results from the Nubian 2-year-old class, which was sponsored by Turtle Dove. Fifth place, first place youth entry in that class went to Doubleback Cassiopeia, owned by Addie Willie, our youth rep. Sixth place, and that was the first youth entry. Sixth place went to Jason Peckham's doe Sublime OBV Tia Kofi. Seventh place and the second place youth entry in the class went to Ethan Woods and his doe, the Wood Spring Tiger Lily. Magic Creek Everbloom was eighth place. She is owned by Sarah Tinney. Ninth place was the Wood Spring Tulip, owned by Ethan Woods. 10th place, Sublime VR Thumbelina, Jason Peckham. 11th place, S. Maple Farm Kobe's Sassy, owned by George Andrew Jr. 12th place was Marina Legier's doe, Coyote Ledge Karma. 13th went to Coyote Ledge Kaleidoscope, owned by Marina Legier. And Linda Legier had the 14th place doe, Appleseed IC Galaxy. And again, the milking yearling class was sponsored by Doubleback Acres. we have working today. Over here in the Nubian ring, our lead judge is Bob Bartholomew, and Bob has been involved with dairy goats for over 50 years. He started with a grade doe in 1972 and has been involved with dairy goats ever since, working with several breeds, primarily Nubians, under the B-Bar herd name. His dairy goat experience includes working at both the small farm level and a large commercial dairy, and he has worked with former ADGA Director Emerita, Judge, and Mary Farley Award winner, Mr. Wes Nordfelt, at the well-known Coach Farms in upstate New York. Bob is an ADGA Life member and a former linear appraiser working for the association for more than 10 years. He earned his first judging license during the 1987 annual meeting in San Angelo, Texas. Throughout the years, he has volunteered for many ADGA committees, including National Show, Linear Appraisal, Spotlight Sale, Type, Judges, Advanced Judges, and he is currently one of the co-chairs of the Judges Training Assessment and Licensing Committee. Having exhibited his own livestock from coast to coast, he truly understands the commitment and dedication it takes to attend a national show. This will be his fourth time judging our premier show, and he's looking forward to seeing some of the very best dairy goats in the country and working with such a great group of talented judges. He is both honored and excited to be judging our 2026 ADGA National Show in Massachusetts. The consultant judge for Nubians is Trinity Smith-Melmanis, and she says, some may call it a full circle event, given that Trinity's first national show was in 1984 in Pomona, California, when she was only 4 months old. When you look at her experience in between now and then, it seems reasonable that we find ourselves here. Trinity raises La Manchas under the Goat Sand herd name and boards and manages the herd of Shining Moon Alpines. She served on the board of directors for 9 years, including 3 years on the executive committee and on numerous committees over the years. She is currently the chairman of the Linear Appraisal Committee, which she is very passionate about. Outside of dairy goats, she has 2 amazing children who are smart, loving, and kind humans. She works as a substitute teacher and coach at her small rural public school, where she also coaches basketball and softball, and she considers it a very rewarding experience. She's excited to be judging on the national stage, and she is thankful for the community of people who went beyond the status quo to embrace a young person's passion so many years ago and provide insight and exposure for a budding goat enthusiast, especially as it relates to the evaluation of dairy goats. The knowledge and experience of today is only possible because of those who shared yesterday. Trinity recognizes the commitment, time, and money it takes to get dairy goats into the national show ring and is excited to see the results of those efforts. Over here on the Oberhasli side, our lead judge is Mr. Mark Baden from Washington. In 1982, Mark became a member of ADGA with his first registered dairy goat, a 50% experimental alpine Nubian type kid, which was one of his 4-H projects. Through the use of ADGA programs, he upgraded his herd into a competitive breeding program under the Olentangy herd name with several national titles. Over 40 years later, every American alpine doe in his herd traces its lineage back to that first 4-H doeling. He earned his first ADGA judge's license in 1992, and since then, Mark has judged numerous shows across the United States, Mexico, Canada, and Australia. Next month, he will be a featured speaker and judge at the International Sheep and Goat Congress in Barquisimeto, Venezuela. He achieved his judging tenure in 2009 as an ADGA advanced judge, and then in 2012, he was elected to the ADGA Board of Directors representing District 7 and has since served 2 terms on the executive committee, including being president and interim CEO. He is currently a member of the Information Management and Linear Appraisal Committees. He's also a retired ADGA linear appraiser with 10 years of tenure. His Olentangy herd is mainly comprised of alpines along with 1 sentimental La Mancha. The herd enrolls in ADGA Plus and exhibits at many shows and fairs throughout the West Coast each show season. Mark is also an alumnus of The Ohio State University, where he earned his Bachelor of Science degree majoring in aviation and criminology and criminal justice. He also earned his commercial pilot license and flew for the Ohio State flight team while an undergraduate. In 1999, he moved to the Pacific Northwest to begin his career as an air traffic controller at the Seattle En route Air Traffic Control Facility. He was a traffic management coordinator for the Federal Aviation Administration before retiring from that federal service in 2021. It's a great honor to have been voted in by the membership for an eighth time to judge at the national show, he says, and it is especially exciting to return to West Springfield, where he judged his first national championship in 2011. The National Show Week is still as exciting as ever, whether you are a spectator, exhibitor, or judge. I know how much sacrifice, work, and effort is required of exhibitors to make the trip and share with them this great passion to showcase our dairy goats to fellow breeders as well as to the public. I hope that everyone will take advantage of this unique opportunity of being surrounded by hundreds of dairy goat enthusiasts to network and make friends. Wishing you all safe travels and a rewarding week.
Well, it really is an honor to have this opportunity to judge at the national show, and none of the six of us take it lightly, because we've all been in your shoes showing goats at the national level, with the whole nation watching on live stream. This is our 2-year-old class, and one of the most uncomfortable things outside of judging showmanship, because you're judging humans, is dismissing goats. But for the efficiency of the show, we have to keep it going. But so we are going to work with the lineup that is closer to the secretary's table. We feel that it's mainly strength of rear udder attachment, rear udders, capacity in the rear udder, but also mammary capacity in relation to body size and the function. When we have goats very capacious in body, but just not balanced in the mammary capacity. And then we have some does just not quite showing us the substance bone and strength of rear leg, rear feet, and pastern. So we appreciate you bringing your 2-year-olds in, and we'll let you prepare your 3-year-olds for the next class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming.
The consultant judge in the Oberhasli ring is Anna Thompson Hadjick, and Anna was born into the world of dairy goats with her parents, Doug and Mary Thompson, having purchased their foundation animals about a decade earlier. In fact, she attended her first national as an infant in Grays Lake, Illinois in the summer of 1979. Anna grew up on a farm in northern Minnesota. Although her first goat was an Alpine, she received her first Toggenburg in 1988 from good family friends Earl and Marge Kitchen. This gift sparked a passion for the Toggenburg breed, and she set about building a competitive herd over the next couple decades. The culmination of that effort was reached in 2018 with the exhibition of her first homebred national champion, SGCH Legendary Chips Rubaiyat. In 2021, a longtime family goal of breeding an Alpine national champion was realized with the exhibition of Grand Champion Caracal PGW Akebono. Caracal Alpines are owned and managed by Anna's sister Emily, along with the crucial support and labor of their parents, Doug and Mary. Anna obtained her judging license in 1998. Over the years, she has had the opportunity to judge dairy goats in 33 states, as well as Canada and Brazil. And she loves evaluating beautiful animals wherever they may be and meeting enthusiastic, devoted breeders with the delightful dairy goat. She is also active in the American Dairy Goat Association and Wisconsin Dairy Goat Association and serves as a director for both of those associations. She is also chair of the awards committee for ADGA. In her professional life, Anna is a professor of film history and English at the University of Wisconsin at Whitewater. She, along with her husband Jason and daughter Daisy, reside in Madison, Wisconsin. And she's very excited to be judging her third national show here in West Springfield, and she holds a special affinity for the dairy goat folks of New England. She looks forward to seeing the parade of beautiful animals throughout the week. Welcome to all 4 of our judges we have here today. Hardworking youth reps here today. Addison Willie, I think Addison's actually showing her Oberhasli's here, but she worked hard last night and she will continue throughout the week. Addison is our ADGA youth rep, and she comes from Holman, Wisconsin, right along the Mississippi River, where she just finished her senior year of high school. Throughout high school, she was actively involved in 4 H and FFA, holding multiple officer positions. Through school, Addie was also involved in track and field, throwing discus and shot put, gymnastics, show choir, and forensics. Next year, she plans to attend the UW River Falls for animal science and agribusiness. She is passionate about small ruminant genetics and reproduction and hopes to build a future career in that field. She began with 4 H goats in 2017 and has been an ADGA member since 2019 with the herd named Doubleback. She is currently focused on raising productive and competitive Oberhasli, though she also maintains a smaller boar herd and has a few wild card recorded grades. Through her role as a youth rep, Addie has traveled already through the Midwest with the goal of educating and advocating for youth voices. She plans to build her herd through her schooling and eventually obtain an ADGA judge's license, as she believes animal evaluation is one of the most important skills a breeder can have. The alternate youth rep is Miru Kunst. Miru is an 8-year District 1 ADGA member from right here in central Massachusetts. She has the herd name under the mini Midori herd name with her mama Kiko. She breeds Oberhasli, Nigerian dwarf, and Guernsey goats. She has studied environmental science at Norfolk County Agricultural High School, became an Eagle Scout, and an active member and leader in state and national FFA and 4-H. She now attends Worcester Polytechnic Institute, where she is a teaching assistant, admissions tour guide, and a coxswain for the varsity rowing team. Wow, listen to that. She just finished her first year on the dean's list. Wow, that's great too. Pursuing a BS, MS in mechanical and fire protection engineering, whatever that is. This year, she has been traveling around New England to prepare local clubs for the upcoming national show. She even designed an ADGA youth shirt for this year. In 2019, at the start of her breeding program, Miru attended her first ADGA show at the Big E right here in West Springfield, and she feels her journey coming full circle, serving as youth rep right here at home. Congratulations to both Addison and Miru, and thank you for your hard work this week. Not only for everybody here watching the show in the bleachers, but also the people in the barns and also people watching on live stream. You're going to be able to find the class list with all the goats that are entered in each class, as well as the exhibitors, if you go to the Showman app. And what you need to do is go to showman.app. Go to that website. At the top, there's an option that says Find Shows. Click on that, and then you can scroll down to the ADGA National Show option. Click on that, and you can see it has options for all the different breeds, all the different classes. You can click on that, and you're able to access all the class lists for each class that comes into the ring here. So again, one more time, and I'll announce this later this afternoon as well. Go to the Showman app, showman.app, click on Find Shows right at the top of that page, and then it will take you to the option where you can scroll down to the ADGA National Show, and that's where you can access all that information. So that might be useful to a lot of you, so you can kind of watch along and look at some of the goats that are listed, and if you can match them up with the tag numbers that each exhibitor has, and then you'll be able to know who these goats are.
Old Oberhasli class, our placings mammaries are 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, and you can see from ringside the extreme height to the rear udder attachment. This is like a 48 to 49 in rear udder height on this first freshener here. Just she excels the entire class in rear udder height. And then it's the shape and the fullness of the rear udder attachment and how smoothly blended it is into the escutcheon. Forward udder attachment that is slightly longer than our second place with second udder in the center of the line. Second udder over third udder, slight advantage in teat placement. It is more than ideal, 2/3 the distance from the medial. We're a little bit further out, but that's the difference of this third place doe over the next doe because of the teat placement as well. All three beautiful teats of medium length and diameter, but it's the added, also the rear udder arch excels 2/3 as well. You put your does back in place. Not only does she excel the line and mammary system, but on the move, there's beautiful walks with ease of motion. This first place doe, the levelness in back, particularly in loin, bit higher headed doe, more elevation in her front end assembly than we're seeing in the second doe. And when you put your hands on her, just more openness into the ribbing. You can see the blending from the neck to the wither and side profile and added angulation to rear leg set over 2, an easy first place with first udder. 2 placing over 3, in addition to her mammary system. Really felt that her development in front end assembly and the depth of chest that she has, the smoothness of blending from point of shoulder to chest wall, and her depth of body and body capacity. While at rest, she does when she foot strikes and put her weight on the rear leg, she stands with more strength of the rear pastern and more angulation about the stifle than 3. 3 placing over 4 for the advance. She shows us in general appearance and front end assembly. She has a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither, fuller in the crop. This is a doe that also has a more precise alignment of the front leg directly underneath the highest point of the wither and side profile. In a mammary system, the consideration for third udder, it's the blending of the rear udder attachment into the escutcheon over 4. 4 placing over 5 in her turn for mammary system in the width to the rear udder arch when viewed from behind, and teats of more downward plumb orientation. And body capacity. This is one of the most capacious bodies in the class, which warrants you need to have even more mammary capacity. This is a second freshener. The first 3 does were first fresheners. So she does have the advantage in spring of rib and depth of barrel over 5. 5 placing over 6. More height to the rear udder attachment. We're granting some capacity to the second freshener, but the udder support holding the entire mammary system higher to the body wall and more security of the rear udder attachment. But on the move, she walks with more smooth movement in the shoulder assembly. We have a tighter junction of the shoulder blade of the wither, a little higher elevated wither on her 6 place doe. 6 placing over 7 is more uphill. She's always taller in the front end assembly compared to the rump. She's more level in the back and more angulation to rear leg set. She may grant some strength of rear udder attachment, but now I'm going to reward her for her capacity and area of udder attachment, placing 6 over 7. We'll walk these does forward. 7 placing over 8. And I did feel that the 7th place doe should be in the front line for the maturity she has. This is a first freshener, just a little too mature in body, and we need just a little bit more height to the rear udder and capacity to fill the rear udder. However, it is for her body capacity that we see in a more correct front end assembly, the junction from the neck to the wither. We don't have quite the U-neck process that we see in 8. 8 placing over 9. Length of body and dairy strength. Her length of bone pattern, she excels 9 in her length of neck, the sharpness of wither. She's more highly arched in flank than we're seeing in 9. And in mammary system, this is a second freshener. Yes, she has more shape inside profile, more roundness and shape behind the rear leg than 9. 9 placing over 10 for her advantage in general appearance. She walks with more upstandingness. She may not be standing as level, there she goes, in the loin, but this is a doe that I felt in her general appearance is stronger about the rear feet and pasterns and the angle to the rear leg over 10. 10 placing over 11. Mammary system, just more shape inside profile, more roundness in shape. Then we see a little bit of a flat rear udder inside profile, more of a V-shaped mammary system. So we have more globular and roundness in shape, but also the pastern strength is more significant in 10 over 11. 11 placing over 12 in general appearance. She's stronger in the back in the area of the chine. This is a doe that also has more elevation in the front end assembly. She is more smoothly blended at the point of shoulder to chest wall than 12. 12 placing over 13. Front end assembly in her turn, a little too much elevation in the wither. It's kind of a hyperextension of the wither in the front end assembly. So I felt the mechanics of the width of the chest, The width of the shoulder is more correct. And this is a doe who has more substance of bone, length of bone pattern. She's taller in stature and longer in body in the back than 13. 13 placing over 14 body capacity. She's deeper in the barrel, deeper in the flank. This is a doe that in mammary system has more capacity and function to the mammary system. She does have a longer forudder that's fuller and wider to the side than 14. We'll walk these two does forward. You can see our 14th place doe on the move here. She does have the advantage over our 15th place doe for a little more function. Our 15th place doe has a condition affecting lactation. This is a doe who aborted a month early. And so while she may not have the capacity of here, but we see more dairy strength and more openness of ribbing than 15. 15 over 16 now. So this is the doe that has a condition affecting her lactation. This is a first freshener, began her lactation on an abortion. Very smooth in the forudder attachment, very smoothly blended in the rear udder. We'd like to see a little bit more correct teat placement to make it into the second line, but it is for the smoothness of attachments, an appropriate amount of mammary capacity given her stage in lactation. Place number 16. 16 placing over 17 in general appearance is stronger in the back and the chine. She has more angle to the rear leg and side profile, less tendency of turning in at the hock than 17. 17 placing over 18 in dairy strength for openness of ribbing that's more angled toward the flank. 18 placing over 19 today for the advantage that she is showing us in her front end assembly. Again, the blending inside profile from neck to wither is fuller in the crop than 19. 19 over 20, more openness and ribbing in her turn, length of neck. And our 20th place doe did place over 6 other does that were excused. Very correct in her breed color and breed character. Certainly appreciate her increasing depth of body and her strength of feet. Thank you again. Mammary systems in the 2-year-old class were 1, 2, and 3.
The beautiful pottery that's given as prizes in each class. And it's really, really beautiful. I just wanted to give a shout out to the creators and the artisans that made that pottery for us from the old mill Pigeon River Pottery in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. It's where Appalachian tradition meets timeless craftsmanship. The history of our in-house studio dates back to the 1940s when a pottery shop opened as Pigeon Forge's first tourist spot. Their roots run deep, firing in hand-built kilns from the original owner that started it all. We carry on the age-old Appalachian tradition of crafting pottery that's not just beautiful, but it has a functional role in our daily lives. We honor what was started here nearly 80 years ago, and we've kept that in mind as our artisans have been crafting our own personality for the past quarter century. Our glazes are inspired by the stunning colors that paint the Great Smoky Mountains from season to season. The charm of handcrafted pottery is that each and every piece is unique in size, shape, and even color. There are no imperfections, but simply interpretations of perfection. They say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that is true when someone chooses that perfect for them piece of Pigeon River pottery where tradition meets craftsmanship. And you can Google them, the Pigeon River Pottery, and look at their website, and they do beautiful, beautiful work. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them and thank them for the many, many pieces that they've created for us here this week. class, and this class was sponsored by Lariat Ranch. We thank them for their sponsorship. Oberhasli 2-year-olds. First place with first udder in that class went to Oberboard Nuvola, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Second place with second udder was Hilaire Farm Vavavoom, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Third place, third udder, and this doe here at third place, third udder, 2-year-old Oberhasli, is in the spotlight sale actually. So her name was Oberboard T. Vessi, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place was Viento Royale Innuendo, owned by Dorothy Harry. Fifth place, and the first placing in the youth, went to Oakland View DL Rue, owned by Emma Hutchison. Sixth place was owned by Kurt Schnipke, and she was Oberboard Kissed by Luxury. Seventh place, Viento Royale Misfire, owned by Dorothy Harry. Eighth place, Sublime OBV Shushi, owned by Jason Peckham. Ninth place was Hilaire Farm Gossip Monger, owned by John Kane. 10th place, Appleseed VJM Candor, owned by Linda Legere. 11th place, Melissa Ferguson's doe, White Birch Acres Salvia. 12th place, White Birch Acres Sunflower, also owned by Melissa Ferguson. 13th went to Oberboard T. Vanna, owned by Abigail Ball. 14th was Oberboard Kissed by Light, Addie Willie. And she was a second place youth in that class. 15th went to LTLB Heaven, Cream de Coca, owned by Kendra Carpentieri. 16th was Hay Creek's Turbo Siren Song, owned by Madison Cooper. 17th was owned by Sarah Tinney, Magic Creek, Mary Verbena. 18th, Goats Ahoy Aces Gouda, owned by Brooke Robber. 19th was Grazy Acres Moonshine Flashback, owned by Kimberly Grindle. And the 20th place was Dehuane SNL Shadows, owned by Addie Willie. And again, the 2-year-old class for Oberhasli's was sponsored by Lariat Ranch, and it contained a spotlight sale nominee. Dairy Goat Breeders Association. They sponsored the ring decorations this week, and those were created by Helen Snowman of Crooked Wall Farm. And so we thank Helen for her creations, and we thank the New York State Dairy Goat Breeders Association for their sponsorship so that we could have some ring decorations here this week.
Largest class of Oberhasli so far, 29 entries. Again, we'll work with the side-by-side line that begins at the secretary's table. We do have, again, mammary system and capacity relative to body size and number of lactations. So we have does that have fuller rear udder attachments, and more height to rear udder, and more roundness and shape inside profile. Why is that important to show dairy goats? Because you can make a living off of milking goats. And so we really we do see that ample size. And we see the strength and substance of bone to support that mammary capacity. So we'll let these 8 does be excused. We thank you for coming in, and let's give them a round of applause. We look forward to seeing your 4-year-olds in the next class.
Oh, you're going to make your cut? Apparently, there's a scavenger hunt going on here at the National Showgrounds. So if you want to join the 2026 ADGA National Show scavenger hunt and look for the runaway goat, you never know where a goat might be found. What it is a little statue of a goat's back end. They're hidden throughout the fairgrounds and the barns, apparently. Each one has a QR code. So if you find one, you can scan it when you find it to be entered into a drawing for a chance to win a custom ADGA Nationals metal tumbler and a Bluetooth speaker. The rules are one entry per person per day. Come back again each day and hunt for the show for another chance to enter. A winner will be randomly drawn and announced before the social event on Thursday. So take a look around in all those little out of the way places. Maybe some that are pretty obvious. I don't know. But look for those little statues of goats' butts and look for the QR code and go from there. If you want to know any more, there's information on the American Dairy Goat Association Facebook page about that. So kind of keep a lookout for those little goat butts and maybe you can win something.
Systems in the Oberhasli 3-year-old class from my right to my left. First place with first udder, second place with second udder, and fifth place with third udder. Minor points make the difference here, and sometimes there's visual illusion with the coloration and how exhibitors get exaggerated on razoring thigh versus udder, and I'm not saying that's what was done, but as you go through the line. So, and sometimes you need to forget about the goats and look, but I'm standing here looking at these does in side profile and being consistent with the exciting mammary systems in our 2-year-old class. The blending of the rear udder attachment and side profile up into the escutcheon is just a bit smoother. We don't have this, we have more roundness in shape, but we definitely, when you swing around to being behind them, we have much wider rear udder arch up at the top, teats of more medium diameter than we're seeing in 2, and also a longer forudder that as you go forward on the bottom side, but up into the flank, it's longer, extended forward, fuller and wider to the side than 2. 2 placing over 3. When viewed from behind, it's a wider rear udder arch and more mammary capacity. In our third place mammary system over the balance of the class, a beautiful forudder attachment on this doe with very correct udder floor shape and a teat length and diameter over the balance of the class. So you can put your does back in place at this time. Mammaries, again, are 1, 2, and 5. But in addition to this mammary system, it's my discussion with Anna is that I'm being too hard for one trait, and I would love to see the levelness and back on this doe on the move. But really, when we look at her, it's her substance of bone and dairy strength. Overall, she has more integrity, and the substance of bone, when you look at her walking towards you, the cannon bone on both the front leg and the rear leg, we have more substance. This is a doe that has more length of body. She has more stature. Her blending from the neck to the wither is a little more correct as well. She grants the loin to 2. 2 placing over 3, this beautiful mammary system inside profile. My first impression, this was my first udder. But it's almost too much mammary for this frame. And so then as we look at it and we watch the goats walk away, that was the reasons in the mammary placement, 1 over 2. But 2 over 3 for the roundness and shape, the productivity she shows us, and the function, and the extra long forudder attachment over 3. She also excels in dairy strength and her flatness and rib and openness ribbing over 3. 3 placing over 4. The advantage here in general appearance, her length of body from wither to hip, her stature. Beautiful rump on this doe and the real estate she has there from thurl to thurl, showing us over our 4th place doe. 4 placing over 5, while granting the mammary system has an advantage in body capacity, particularly in chest. When we look from the front, wider in the chest, she has more extension to brisket. She also stands in a stronger front pastern and a stronger, straighter front leg, and the depth of body relative to her frame is greater than 5. 5, placing over 6 for this lovely mammary system, particularly the excellent forward attachment. She couples that in her general appearance with strength of rear pastern and angulation to rear leg set over 6. 6, placing over 7 in body capacity. She has greater spring of rib and depth of the barrel. She's stronger about the front leg, less tendency of turning out from the dew claw down, and straighter inside profile behind the knee than we're seeing in our doe in 7. Moving the 7th place doe forward. You can see this doe on the move, and you can see she's more level in the loin on the move than our 8th place doe is at rest. She's stronger in general appearance for that strength in back and chine and loin, and her strength of pastern over 8. 8 placing over 9 in body capacity. Again, more substance of bone, a pastern of more medium length, not strength, and a mammary capacity is more roundness in shape, particularly behind the rear leg. We're a little bit flat and vertical. We just like to see more roundness. That allows us to have more capacity to this mammary system in 9. 9 placing over 10 for the advance she has in general appearance and front end assembly. We can see a very alert front end carriage, the upstandingness, the smoothness of blending from the neck to the wither, the tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither. And this doe has more angulation to rear leg than we're seeing in 10. 10 placing over 11 for her general appearance and the length of body, the width of loin, the width of rump from throat to throat, and levelness that she has over 11. 11 placing over 12 has a little more function to the mammary system. Our 12th place doe is milking through for over 820 days, but we have more depth of body that's increasing from barrel to flank. Our 12th place doe has nice depth of the barrel, but then it kind of cuts up to the flank region, placing over 12. 12 placing over 13. This extended lactation doe has more appropriate amount of mammary capacity in relation to her body size and her stage in lactation compared to a smaller medium frame doe in 13. 13 places over 14 and breed character and color of the coat that she has more consistency. Mammary system, although may more utter support, holding the mammary higher above the hock with more teat delineation and more medium diameter than we're seeing in 14. We'll walk these two does forward. This 14th place doe on the move when compared to the first place doe in our third line inner mammary system has a smoother forwarder attachment that with less tendency toward breaking up in the flank, a forwarder that's fuller and wider to the side, and a doe in body capacity that is deeper in chest than 15. 15 over 16 in general appearance, much more smoothly blended in the rump structure and her pelvis. This is a doe that freshened in April, so she's past kidding. We typically give we give regard for about 6 weeks beyond, but we're just a little rump in the pelvis and the levelness from throat to throat and the smoothness of blending from the loin over the hip bone into the rump, coupled with her depth of body, places over 16. 16 over 17 in dairy strength, her leanness in neck, her cleanliness about the throat, an openness in rib. She also has more angulation to rear leg than 17. 17 over 18. This is a doe in her turn. Again, we're seeing some does that have some issues with rear legs and pasterns as we continue to go down the line here. But 17 places over 18 for her levelness in back, particularly in the loin and in the rump. 18 placing over 19 for the roundness and shape in her mammary system and the mammary capacity. 19 placing over 20. Once again, is more uphill in the front end assembly and has more appropriate slope of rump with more depth of chest and than we're seeing at 20. And 20 over 21 today. This is a doe that's showing us she's more level in her back with more appropriate slope of rump and angle to the rear leg. We did want to keep this 21st doe in for her excellent mammary system. This is a wonderful mammary system in structure, the height to the rear udder and the extension of fore and the correctness in teat size and shape, and we wanted to acknowledge that on this 21st doe today. Good mammary systems were 1, 2, and 5 in the 3-year-old Oberhasli class.
Stowe class was sponsored by Lariat Ranch. First place, first udder in that class was Oberboard T. Vara, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Second place, second udder, Oberboard Nimbus, Kurt Schnipke. Third place, first udder, and it was the first, excuse me, she wasn't first udder. She was third place, first youth. Went to the Woods Spring Lucy, owned by Ethan Woods. Fourth place, D-Hewin VPS Rapidash, owned by Jason Peckham. Fifth place, third udder, Goats Ahoy Diddy Kong, owned by Brooke Robber. Sixth was From Away Farm Coconut, owned by Jennifer Kern. Seventh, Cream of Kansas VP Cannon, owned by Camden Moon. Eighth place, Half Barn Farm OS Rainbow Brit, owned by Brooke Robber. Ninth place, Wild Hoof Acres Remember Me, Hope Mann. 10th place was White Birch Acres Honeysuckle, owned by Melissa Ferguson. 11th place, second place youth was Magic Creek BF Almond Toffee, owned by Emma Hutchison. 13th place was Emma Giacchino's Doe D. Hewin VPS Red Dead Redemption. 12th place went to a Florida goat, Jennifer Dacton, with Aaron Wood's Twisted Sister. Was there a 13th place? Yeah, 13. 14th place went to Abigail Ballsdoe Brackett Sunburst Prima Donna. 15th, Owl Ridge LD Amethyst, owned by Savannah Bishop. 16, From Away Farm Mango, Olivia Torek. 17th, White Birch Acres Eucalyptus, owned by Melissa Ferguson. 18th, went to Appleseed VJM Penny, owned by Linda Legier. 19th was Magic Creek Sorb Sunflower, owned by Sarah Tinney. 20th place was Playwright DM Rhubarb, owned by Caitlin Halverson. And 21st went to Jerg's Amethyst M. Nike, owned by Ian Durway. And we thank the sponsor of that class, Lariat Ranch. And then we have the results of the Nubian 5 and 6-year-old milking class, which was We do have some raffle kids here. We have some representing most of the breeds. And we want to thank all the breeders that donated those raffle kids here for the benefit of the national show. And if there's many state raffle baskets over there as well. And if you want to buy tickets, you can buy tickets from the comfort of your couch. Those of you watching live stream, you go to the nationalshow.adga.org website and you click on the ticket option, raffle option, and you can buy the tickets right there. And it looks like they're ready to give reasons, so we'll continue with this in a few minutes.
New
Congratulations to the Nubian national champion, reserve national champion. Resuming in our Oberhasli breed, this is our lineup for our 4-year-old class. Our mammary placements are 3, 1, and 5. 3, 1, and 5 are the mammary placements. So if you bring your third place udder, so that way people at home can see these mammaries a little bit closer. Then once then you can return to your place in line after we're speaking. So as you can see from the rear, when we look at this, it's really clear. The smoothness of blending of the rear udder up into the escutcheon and side profile is superior over the first place doe and the rear udder arch width. And then when you look down at the bottom of the mammary system, the teat placement is more correct, more uniform, and both teats more plumb and perpendicular. And both sides of the forward attachment do not break in the rear barrel. So it's not a texture thing, but it's the smoothness of blending, placing 1 over 2. Now, the second place mammary over the third place mammary system, it is a longer udder attachment. We do have more defined division of the udder floor and the udder halves, and we have more capacity overall and greater area of udder attachment. And then and you can put the first 2 does back in their places in line. And then the third place mammary system, again, this is a doe that has filled beyond how she was clipped. It's a longer udder attachment than what you can see. And she excels over some does behind her in more precise teat length and diameter, more precise teat placement, and udder support, holding a very capacious mammary system higher to the body, but it is the smooth blending of the rear udder attachment and side profile that warrants her to have a mammary system placing, although being in the 5th place. Now, when we consider the full package, our first place doe excels our second place doe in dairy strength. This is a doe with a flatter bone pattern and more openness to her ribbing. There's a few trade-offs in general appearance. I do feel that the rear leg angulation is more correct in the amount of rear leg over our second place doe, but predominantly it's dairy strength and the mammary system, but coupled with her body capacity relative to her frame, she is deeper in barrel and she continues the increasing depth to her flank over 2. 2 placing over 3, although granting to this mammary system, this is a doe that fit the mature style. These are mature dairy goats at age 4, and she has the depth of body and the width over more juvenile appearing doe in 3rd place. It's her body capacity, but then also in her general appearance, the front leg is directly underneath the highest point of the wither. The front legs are too far forward on our 3rd place doe. 3 placing over 4 for the mammary system. I really felt this is a show dairy goat udder. The roundness and shape, the height to the rear udder, the superior blending of the rear udder, and then the mechanics of the ideal teat placement, shape to the udder floor, not too much division, and then coupled that in general appearance, this is a doe who is stronger about the rear pastern and rear feet than a long-bodied doe in 4. 4 placing over 5 in general appearance, more correct in her front end assembly at the top of the front end. From the juncture of the shoulder blade to the wither, she's fuller in the crop than we're seeing in our 5th place doe, and she's a longer made doe. She's longer from wither to hip than 5. 5 placing over 6 for this beautiful mammary system. Predominantly, it's the blending up into the rear udder attachment. We really love the width to the rear udder in our 6th place doe, but she also has more angulation about the stifle and the rear leg than 6. 6 placing over 7 for the mammary system. The width to the rear udder that we're seeing in more capacity relation to body says she grants some length of body to 7. We'll move 7 forward. On the move, I really appreciated the length of bone pattern, length of back on our 7th place doe. She's more level in the back, particularly in the loin, than our 8th place doe, and uses the rear legs more correctly. When she foot strikes, puts the weight on the rear foot, she stands with more strength of the rear pastern than 8. 8 placing over 9. Breed character and coloration of coat, a doe freer of excess condition and more correct in the angle about the rear leg over an extremely capacious doe in 9. 9 placing over 10 in mammary system, more uniformity and symmetry on either side of the medial suspensory ligament when viewed from behind, and a doe that is, both of these does are a little straighter in the rear leg than we'd like, but I do appreciate the body capacity and front end. Just the blended point of shoulder to chest wall over 10. 10 placing over 11 is more level in general appearance in the back, in the loin, and in the rump. Although granting some rear leg angulation to 11. 11 over 12, mammary system and the capacity and her function, area of udder attachment, and the width to the rear udder over 12. 12 placing over 13 today. Body capacity, we see that much more depth of barrel, depth of chest and barrel, fuller at the point of elbow than we're seeing in 13. And again, a doe with more angulation about the stifle than 13. 13 over 14 has greater pastern strength on the rear pasterns, has more increasing depth of body, and a wider rear udder arch than 14. We'll walk these 2 does forward. 14th place doe is a extreme length of bone pattern throughout and stature that we see. She has greater dairy strength in her length of neck over 15, her openness, and ribs are more angled toward the flank region than 15. 15 over 16 in her turn. This is a doe in general appearance, is showing us more smoothness of movement in the shoulder assembly, not quite the excessive elevation of wither that we see in 16 and fuller in the crop as well. 16 over 17 today in body capacity. She has greater spring of rib, fullness at the point of elbow, and depth of flank. 17 over 18 in general appearance. Level topped in the back in the area of the loin and in the rump. 18 placing over 19. More appropriate mammary function and capacity in relation to her body size for a mature dairy goat. 19 over 20. This, though, we appreciate the levelness and back and upstandiness, but really difficult for a mature 4-year-old that just doesn't quite have the capacity today. But it is her substance and strength of bone over the black doe in 20. Our doe in 20 today places over the balance of the class. Again, we really appreciate her correct rear leg angulation for a mature doe, her straight front legs, and her upstandiness today. Again, mammaries were 3, 1, and 5.
Sponsor of that class was Jeffer HD Farms. First place with second udder went to Crema, Kansas, Ace Veerland, owned by Skeeter Siebert. Second place was CE Rock Run Mango Persia, owned by Becky Susta. Third place with the first place udder went to Oberboard Kiyuka, owned by George Andrew Jr. Fourth place was Overboard Saffron, owned by George Andrew Jr. Fifth place with the first place udder in the class went to Crema, Kansas JB Rum Chata, owned by Skeeter Siebert. Sixth place was Overboard T Vi, owned by John Kane. Seventh place was Jason Peckham's Doe Sublime VN Prickly Pear. Eighth place, Hilaire Farm Hail Mary, Angela Morse. Ninth, Overboard T Vindy, Kurt Schnipke. 10th place was Dreamy Sunset MM Pickle, Kurt Schnipke. 11th went to Tucker Siebert with Crema, Kansas OBDR Drew Vida. 12th place, Dreamy Sunset OBD Pearl, owned by Abigail Ball. And then Jennifer Acton had 13th place with Aaron Woods Ober's Final Act. 14th was White Birch Acres Senna, owned by Melissa Ferguson. 15th was Magic Creek Autumn Spice, Sarah Tinney. 16th was Coyote Ledge Heart of Dixie, owned by Marina Legere. 17th was Magic Creek Rhapsody in Red, Sarah Tinney. 18th place, first placing youth, went to Dreamy Sunset Jasmine, owned by Ethan Woods. 19th was Coyote Ledge Home of the Brave, Marina Legere. 20th place, Crema, Kansas V Tubman, Tucker Siebert. 21st place and second placing youth in that class went to Oakland View Notorious Reba, Emma Hutchison. 22 was Wildhoof Acres VH Peacock, owned by Hope Man. 23, Appleseed VJM Galea, Linda Legere. And 24th was White Birch Acres Stevia, owned by Melissa Ferguson. And again, the Oberhasli 4-year-old class was sponsored by Jeffer HD Farms. Right now on the Nubian side, we have our herds for dairy herd. All right, so we're on the Nubian side, we're working on dairy herd. Our 5 and 6-year-olds. The next class, we should have the does ready, 7 years and over. Back to the Nubian side.
Class or mammary placements are second is first udder, first is second udder, third place is third udder. Real difficult class here, and that's kind of what I think spectators hope to see. They want to see quality, and they want to see animals to aspire to have. Exhibitors might not want that. They want it to be an easy choice, and judges want it to be an easy choice. We think we want a challenge, but I don't. So, so, and I'm trying to be explanatory here, and I don't want it to be a cop out. Oh, I'm giving this goat second udder, but she wasn't, or first udder, but she wasn't first. And really trying to be fair to our current scorecard as the points are allotted. Maybe we should change them. I'd like to see that happen. That's my soapbox. Mammary systems, the reason she's first udder, look at the roundness and shape. It's the depth of the mammary from the front to the back. More roundness and shape, definitely more than an inch longer and forudder, particularly up in the flank, up at the top. It's the roundness and shape. When we come around to the back, it's more ideal teat placement, more plumb and perpendicular teat placement to the ground, more uniform, and perhaps more capacity up into a full escutcheon of capacious of milk into the escutcheon. Our second place mammary system over our third udder support, because the way our wording is udder support, the udder floor is held well above the hock, and we're seeing nearly, I went down as far as, and it's almost the entire teat is below the hock. Teat's a more desirable medium length. And also we have, I just felt that we have more correctness in the teat size, in the udder support. Our third place mammary system, the area of udder attachment, although the udder floor is not as high as I'd like to see, and the teats maybe not as picturesque, it's the shape to the mammary system, the roundness and shape, the function and the capacity that she shows us excels the rest of our lineup. In our class placements, our first place doe walks with more impressive front end carriage. She has more levelness in general appearance in the chine and the loin. This is a doe that really in front end assembly is showing us much more fullness at the point of elbow. She's more well sprung foreribs and dairy strength, a flatter bone pattern that is more angulated toward the flank. Body capacity is relatively even, but it's the general appearance and dairy strength that I felt was a greater advantage than the mammary advantage that 2 had over her. 2 placing over 3 for the mammary system in the udder support and the teat size. She also excels in her turn, being more level on the move in the chine and the back than 3. 3 placing over 4 for the mammary system and her capacity, area of attachment, and the function to the mammary system. Although granting a more level back on her, this is a doe with more body capacity because she's longer body doe. There's quote unquote more goat there than 4. 4 placing over 5 in general appearance. She's more sound in her front end assembly. She's a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither and more smoothly blended from the neck to the wither. We have a little bit too much elevation of the wither above the shoulder blade. We're fuller in the crop as well with more substance of bone. A doe that has more angulation to rear leg set and side profile than 5. 5 placing over 6, or mammary capacity in relation to body size, the depth of the mammary system from front to back, and the dairy strength of her length of bone pattern. 6 placing over 7 today. Not quite the capacity, but certainly very strong in general appearance. So we love the levelness in back and the blending from the neck to the wither and the superior levelness and rump from hip to pin over 7. We'll walk these 2 does forward. Our 7th place doe today, I felt she was stronger in her turn in the mammary system, showing us more desirable teat placement when viewed from behind, and a doe that's stronger about the front leg with more substance of bone than we're seeing in 8. 8 placing over 9 in general appearance, more correct about the pelvis and the rump structure. We have quite a bit of a dorsal raise on the rump in our 9th place doe. She's leveler from thurl to thurl, 8 over 9 with a more desirable angle and more angle to the rear leg set as well. 9 placing over 10 for the advance. She has a mammary system. Once again, more height to rear udder, more depth of the udder floor with more capacity. 10 over 11. Dairy strength, freedom of excess conditioning, and more openness and ribbing. 11 placing over 12 in general appearance for her length of body, her beautiful level rump from hip to pin, a longer rump. 12 placing over 13 mammary system with more correct teat placement, showing us more substance of bone in the rear leg and pastern, and 13 placing over 14 today. She's more upstanding and stronger in the chine and loin than our 14th place doe. Thank you.
Milkers. This class was sponsored by Doubleback Farm. First place in that class with the second place udder went to Harmony Hazeldorn Nairobi, owned by the Larsons from Colorado. Second place with first place udder went to Overboard T Veta, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Third place, third udder, Dreamy Sunset DET Nalay, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Fourth place went to Hilaire Farm Whisper of the Heart, John Kane. Fifth place, Cream of Kansas Berry Blast, Tucker Siebert. Sixth, S. Maple Farm Dingo's Mystic, owned by George Andrew Jr. Seventh place was Overboard Katana's Kiss, owned by Madison Cooper. Eighth place, Cream of Kansas VJB Absolute, Tucker Siebert. Ninth place and the first place youth in that class went to Owl Ridge JF's Diamond, owned by Savannah Bishop. 10th place, Coyote Ledge Gypsy, Marina Legere. 11th place was Magic Creek Evening, Sarah Tinney. 12th, Half Barn Farm VLX Meadow Mint and Overing. 13th place, second placing youth in the class, went to Owl Ridge LJ Alabama Slam, Jessica Carpentieri. And fourth place went to Paget Brook Nalahotha, owned by Brett and Heather Armstrong.
This is our Nubian senior get a sire class, starting with the group in 1 over.
doe Oberhasli, mainly 8-year-olds, 8-year-olds and 7-year-olds in this class, 7 and older for our age doe class. Mammary system placements for my right. First place is first udder, second udder, and our fourth place is third udder. One placing over 2 for the obvious advantage in teat delineation, teat diameter, and teat length, with more showing us a little bit more delineation and also more smoothness of blending of the forward attachment into the rear barrel. Certainly, I can't deny the capacity to the mammary system on this second place doe in the area of udder attachment, the udder depth. Well, yes, we would like to see smaller teats in diameter, but they are more uniform. But it's the capacity and area of udder attachment placing over our third udder, and then our third udder over to the balance of the class. Rear udder capacity and fullness into the escutcheon. We have a beautiful shape on this third place doe, but again, it's the rear udder is more points than teats, and so that's kind of what the differentiation was. You go back into your placements. Our class placement here, this is an 8-year-old with 7 lactations. We just really felt that this doe has less age-related wear and tear and excelled in general appearance in the class. You can see them walk on the move right now. She's very high-headed, level and back in the loin. Beautiful rump on this doe and the levelness from thurl to thurl, but has very youthful rear legs, and the length of pastern and strength of pastern excels our doe in too. She will grant perhaps front leg straightness. We're seeing a little bit of wear and tear there on the front leg, but it's the dairy strength and general appearance coupled with the correct mammary structure, placing over 2. 2 placing over 3 for this capacious mammary system in the rear udder attachment that she has in the depth of the mammary, but also the depth of chest and the body capacity, the extension of brisket forward in front of the point of shoulder that we're seeing over 3. 3 placing over 4, depth of the rear barrel, strength of rear pastern, levelness in loin, length of back, and more upstanding. 4 placing over 5 in her term. Beautiful shape to the mammary system here, the roundness and shape and the blending of the rear udder into the escutcheon, and the depth of body with more substance of bone over 5. 5 placing over 6. Mammary capacity, we're seeing a wider rear udder attachment. She grants some angle to the rear leg set, but she makes up for that in her dairy strength and her length of neck. 6 placing over 7 today for the advantage that she has in her term. In general appearance, she's more smoothly blended from the neck to the wither, a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither than we're seeing in 7. 7 placing over 8 mammary system. Teats, more desirable delineation and uniform length. We're also seeing more height to the rear udder attachment. And 8 placing over 9, this doe in general appearance, more correct in her front end assembly, more correct placement of the front leg underneath the highest point of the wither with more extension of brisket forward than we're seeing on our 9th place doe today. But we certainly appreciate her strength of the rear legs for an age doe. Again, our age doe mammary systems were 1, 2, and 4.
Grand and reserve. We also need our junior champions from last night back up to ringside, Oberhasli's. And then we will also need first place youth entries from each age class for the Premier Youth Oberhasli doe. So please have all those animals available at ringside. Mature doe class, 7 years and over, which was sponsored by Lariat Ranch. First place, first udder went to, oh, wait a minute, you chopped her name off.
Cotton, Van Just.
Was Van Just DJ Cotton Candy. Not sure who she was owned by. Vanessa, probably, from Idaho. Okay. She was first place udder. Second place, second udder, Cream of Kansas, Con Vendra, Tucker Siebert. Third place, Wild Hoof Acres, Look at Me, Hope Man. Fourth place, third placing udder, Loverick, OBD Kim K, owned by Jason Peckham. Fifth place was Smith Family Farms Una, Jennifer Kern. Sixth place went to Magic Creek Almond Butter, Sarah Tinney. Seventh place, first placing youth, was Owl Ridge Artias Sambuca, owned by Kendra Carpentieri. Eighth place, second placing youth, was Dreamy Sunset JDO Liz Meter, owned by Ethan Woods. And the ninth place doe, Oberhasli mature doe, went to White Birch Acres Henna, owned by Melissa Ferguson.
Okay, this is our Nubian produce class.
Well, it's an exciting day. Our first day of senior dose to judge. A great Nubian show to look at from the corner of our eye, and now the Swiss take over. Our champion lineup for our Oberhasli division here coming into place. We just talked about our ADGA class, so we'll refresh your memory on the first place milking yearlings that are coming in here. You can see this doe on the move, so sound and feet and pasterns and a good substance of bone with a real attractive mammary system. Very fancy 2-year-old that just really stole my heart for the beautiful mammary system. This first freshener here with more length of body and more upstandingness than our yearling, and just a beautiful doe here. Our 3-year-old with even more capacity and body and mammary system and upstandingness, classic breed character about the head. Our Dairy Queen is our 4-year-old, and the openness of rib, and look at the neck and the femininity she has, and the openness of ribbing, and beautiful rear leg, probably the most angle to the rear leg of the entire lineup. Our 5-6-year-old class, just board level and top line, excelling in general appearance, fully mature, walking with impressive front end carriage, and a doe that stood the test of time, 8 years old, with 7 lactations, beautiful back on her, well-supported mammary system. Today it fits beautifully in our lineup. Just really a testament to the Oberhasli breeders. Again, this is your 40th national championship, and look how far this breed has come. Every one of these does could have been national champion the first 20 years. Probably the first one, and that's not an embellishment. 1994, a 2-year-old was named national champion, so as young as a 2-year-old. And so it can happen. But today, I really appreciate Anna and her consultation. Anna and our entire career began in District 4, and so we saw the Oberhasli development all of Anna's life. And my entire dairy goat career. So the Oberhasli breed became a breed 3 years before I started with goats. And so how the progress has been impressive. And so you have all much to be proud of. So we really quickly felt that the advantage and the balance in all 4 areas of the scorecard today really came down to some of our more mature does. If like in cattle at World Dairy Expo, if we were to give an intermediate champion, my 2-year-old would easily be my intermediate champion. Just a phenomenal freshener with an ideal rear udder. Not quite the depth and maturity, but she excels the yearling and the levelness and back. We get to see them a few hours later than we saw them earlier, and so she's holding up a little more than a tired yearling who's new to the game. And she excels over the 3-year-old in the levelness and back and the straightness of front leg. So if we were to have an intermediate champion, you can speak to your directors if you want to have more pottery and more rosettes. Maybe that's something we could do, and we could expand. But when we look to our older does here, I really think that they really are standing the test of time and holding up with the general appearance, maintained into full maturity. And so after diligent deliberation with confidence, our senior national champion is a doe who walks with the impressive carriage and the straightness and soundness of legs, feet, and pasterns, and the best front end assembly. That is our first place 5- and 6-year-old will be our senior champion. When this doe came in the ring, it was like Anna and I were talking. I go, oh, this goat knows what her job is. Her job is to win this class, and she knew it. And then she knew we were talking about her, moved her ears around, then came to the side and said, here's my pose. But just the silhouette and side profile and general appearance excels the entire lineup with no exception. When you look at the elevation and front end, the blending from neck to wither, and then the elevation of the wither, fullness and crop, and then a well-supported chine and loin is in the ideal slope of rump over the 4-year-old, the levelness of the loin over the 3-year-old, the added angulation of rear leg while being twice the age of the 2-year-old, and the maturity of twice the years of productive life over the yearling. And then we have more body capacity and depth. We're now seeing a little bit of muscle atrophy in the front end assembly in our age doe today, and not quite the mammary capacity. And that's why this beautiful 5-year-old is our senior national champion. So she moves out of the way for a very capacious doe, and with beautiful breed character about the head and lots of style and a very globular shaped mammary system. And she fits really nicely into our lineup again. And so I think that the most care and consideration we took in the entire show was the 5-6-year-old class. It was a really difficult choice because there were options, and really feel that the doe that rises to the occasion is our second place 5-6-year-old doe. And again, this is a doe that stands there and knows it in her alert carriage. Look at the blending from the neck to the wither compared to the 4-year-old, and the junction of the shoulder blade to the wither, the roundness and shape and the more secure forudder attachment over the 4-year-old, the quality general appearance while being older, and the levelness and back and the strength of pastern over the 3-year-old, and the depth of body and the mammary maturity over a 2-year-old and yearling, and the mammary capacity and depth of body over our age doe. It's an easy choice. Our second place 5-6-year-old will be our reserve senior champion.
Congratulations to our Oberhasli senior champion, Harmody Hazeldor Nairobi, owned by the Larsons. Reserve senior champion was Oberboard T. Veta, owned by Kurt Schnipke. Congratulations. Let's have our junior champions from last night into the ring, please.
Okay, as we look at our Nubian dam and daughter class,
Ceremony, we bring back our junior champion and reserve junior champion to compete against our senior champions for the overall breed champion. And I know there's a lot of dialogue that we don't need to do this anymore, and it takes up time. It does. But you know, we're here, and if you really love the breed, you really love to see the future, and it's a way to motivate newer breeders, or maybe it's their first national show. But also, it's fun to see the type and style that we picked last evening, and then when we find senior does that look similar to that or similar traits. And we certainly do see that beautiful general appearance in these young does. Our junior champion was our first place intermediate kid, and our reserve junior champion, a growthy junior yearling behind them. They have all the elements for future success, and we want to see them next year in Salem, Oregon. We hope you'll bring them. But today, our grand champion, Oberhasli, will be our first place senior champion, 5-6-year-old, and our reserve grand champion, the second place. Thank you so much for coming out.
All right, your new national champion, Oberhasli, is Harmody Hazeldor Nairobi, owned by the Larson family from Colorado. Reserve national champion Oberhasli was Oberboard T Veta, owned by Kurt Schnipke from Ohio. Congratulations. Can we have all the Oberhasli first place youth entries into the ring, please? All right, Nubian. Nigerian dwarf breeder. The Nigerian Dwarf Junior Show will start 30 minutes after the completion of the Oberhasli show, just to give you a little bit of heads up. Nigerian Dwarf Junior Show, 30 minutes following the completion of the Oberhasli show.
Youth premiere. We did have entries in all 6 of our senior classes, beginning with our yearling milker here, doe, very youthful in appearance, a very structurally correct mammary system, particularly in the teat placement and her strength of legs, feet, and pasterns. 2-year-old doe with more depth of body and more mature front end assembly and more mammary capacity. Really appreciate the length of bone pattern on this 3-year-old doe with the extension to the brisket of her. 4-year-old doe, again, really dairy, lean neck on her and femininity. 5-6-year-old doe is the most capacious in body, has the most depth of body in our age doe at the head of the line. Beautiful levelness and rump that she shows us from hip to pin, and a very nice angulation to the rear leg set. One of the most competitive classes that we had, and this doe placed very well in it. I really feel that our youth premier champion is our 2-year-old doe. This 2-year-old, yes, be excited. You should. Come on. This 2-year-old doe excels the lineup. I really felt in her smooth movement and shoulder assembly. This doe is more upstanding than some of the other does in front end assembly over the yearling milker. Obvious advantage in body capacity and substance of bone. Her closest competitor is the 3-year-old doe, and I felt the capacity and fullness of the rear to attachment, filling the escutcheon, levelness and back in the loin, excelled over the dairiness that we see in the 3-year-old. Over the 4-year-old doe, it's more security of the mammary system. We see less motion of the mammary system as she walks around the ring. More correct in general appearance in the rump structure and the front end assembly over our 5-6-year-old. And then we're seeing a little more soundness in the mammary system and utter support over our age. So the 2-year-old is our youth premier champion.
Youth Premier Doe, Oakland View DL Rue, owned by Emma Hutchinson. Congratulations, Emma.
I got the goat's name. I just wanted to make sure we had the own.
To top to our dairy herd class today, memory system, and so traditional old school first place dairy herd for the ADGA National Show Award was a giant stainless steel milk bucket, and it's always great when you have 4 goats that can each individually fill that big bucket. And so for the uniformity and these beautiful memory systems, particularly the rear arch that they have, and a more correct in shoulder assembly than our second place group, 1 places over 2. They'll stay in place so our ring steward, our secretary, can get the results. 2 placing over 3 today for their body capacity and their more uniform smoothness of blending of forwarder attachments and also strength of rear leg angulation. 3 placing over 4, dairy strength, openness of ribbing, length of bone pattern that they show us. Over 4 placing over 5 is more uniform in the mammary system in the teat shape, teat delineation, and width to rear udder attachment than we're seeing in our 5th place group. 5 placing over 6, we appreciate their length of bone pattern, length of backs. They're more nearly level rumps than we see in 6. 6 placing over 7, we have more uniform mammary capacity. We have a couple more juvenile does, including a milking yearling. So we have more consistency in mammary capacity and productivity in 6 placing over 7. 7 placing over 8, we have more increasing depth of body and more upstandingness on these does. 8 placing over 9 today. Just felt that they showed us in their mammary systems more mammary capacity in relation to body size at this stage in their development. Senior Breeders Trio is next.
The Oberhasli Dairy Herd class, first place went to Oberboard, Kurt Schnepke from Ohio. Second place, Jason Peckham, Sublime from Maryland. Third place, Dakota Stroda from Kansas. Fourth place, John Kane from New York. Fifth place was to Ethan Woods. Sixth place, Oakland View Farms. Seventh from George Andrew Jr., New York. Eighth place, Maureen Augier from Maine. Ninth place went to Kendra Carpentieri. All right, in the ring right now we have Oberhasli Best 3, and we've decided this is the tattoo check class. So all the groups in there need to have the registration for the registration papers for the does you have in the ring at this time. For the Oberhasli breed division, and they include Goat Expo, the Kanza Veterinary Clinic, Maddie Cooper of Treasure Meadows, Loverock Farm, Clover Ridge Farm, Lariat Ranch, Jeffra HD Farms, Doubleback Farm, J.K. Heard It All, the Moore family, 53 Orchard, Storm Dancer Farm, Margaret and Eric Shamus, Oberboard, Kurt Schnipke, Rancho Cabra, ICD Mythic Acres. There was an award in memory of Robert Kissling of Pimp Daddy Farms, Dunbroke Farms, and C. Tuitt Farms. Thank you all for your sponsorship of the Oberhasli breed. At the moment, we are doing Oberhasli Oberhasli Best 3 Females Tattoo Check. The next class, if you want to get ready, would be Oberhasli Senior Get Sire, and then Produce of Dam, and then Dam and Daughter. And then we need first and second place udders for best udder at the very end. And again, a reminder, Nigerian dwarf breeders, we will start the Nigerian show 30 minutes after the completion of the Oberhaslis.
All right, we're going to give the money view here. They are placed from my right to my left. Look at these beautiful mammary systems all the way to the end. The improvements this breed has made is just remarkable, and we hope that this is an inspiration for Guernsey breeders who are brand new, and also our other newer breeds, sable breeders, that you can have round, voluptuous shaped mammaries, just like our first place group here at the right. They excel our second place group in having more uniform teat size and delineation, and more uniform width and chest floor and smooth sublending and shoulder assembly. Place number 3, this is a switch from the dairy herd placement. We're rewarding more capacity to the mammary system, more consistency. We've added a younger goat in our third place group. So it's the dairiness and mammary capacity. 3, placing over. 4, length of bone pattern, length of body, more upstanding. Fourth place group, we really appreciate the width to the rear udder, the correct placement of teat, the shape to the udder floor, particularly more appropriate teat length than when compared to 5. 5, placing over. 6 today, the length of body that they have, the upstandiness and length of bone pattern. 6, placing over. 7, they have more definition to the udder floor and more correct teat placement, 2/3 the distance from the medial suspensory ligament, more uniformity in the width to the rear udder attachment, over 7. Thank you.
Oberhasli best 3 senior does. First place went to Overboard, Kurt Schnipke. Second place to Koa Stroda. Third place, Sublime Jason Peckham. Fourth place, John Kane. Fifth place, Ethan Woods. Sixth place, Emma Hutchinson. In 7th place, Marina Legier.
Get a sire class, 3 daughters out of the same sire, placing them from my right to my left. The first 2 groups have 3 dams represented. Our third group has 2 dams. And you can see the ample mammary capacity in relation to their body size, more age and maturity as well. We have a more mammary capacity, width to the rear udder attachment, more depth to the udder floor over our second place group. Second place group, extremely uniform in the shape to mammary, teat length, teat diameter, and they're showing us more depth of body. And when you look from behind, greater spring of rib and more depth of barrel than we're seeing our third place group today. Produce of dam is next.
The Toggenburg Junior Doe Show that was scheduled to start at 2 o'clock will now start approximately 2:30. We have the same judges that just worked that ring. They need to get a little refreshment, and hopefully they'll be back by 2:30. So Toggenburg Junior kids, you can plan on being up here at 2:30, please. And again, Nigerian Dwarfs, you will start 30 minutes after these Oberhaslis are finished here. Microphone on for the Barnes for that last announcement. And that announcement was that the Toggenburg Junior Doe Show will start at approximately 2:30. So we need all the Toggenburg Junior kids at ringside, 2:30. The results of the Oberhasli Senior Get of Sire. First place was the Buck Van Just LEE Jaegerbomb, owned by Tekoa Stroda. Second place was Oberboard Return to Oz, owned by John Kane. And third place, Oberhasli Senior Get Cream of Kansas D Dapper Dan, owned by Ethan Woods.
Oberhasli produce of Dam coming into place. One placing over two. This is includes our reserve national champion. Two does with very similar mammary styles and a very globular in shape, a beautiful width to the rear udder, and that we have more maturity in this group when compared to a yearling and 2-year-old behind them. Place number 3 includes our first place milking yearling and a stylish 2-year-old that complement her consistently. They show us more strength of the rear leg and pastern. They show us the levelness and rump from throat to throat over 3. 3 placing over 4, when viewed from behind, has more correct teat placement. It shows us more height to the rear udder attachment, more age and maturity as well, with the more length of bone pattern over 4. Mother-daughter is next, and then first and second place udders from each class.
Results. First place went to Kurt Schnipke with his doe Oberboard T. Veja. Second place went to Dorothy Harry with Viento LVM Nalanta. Third place, Jennifer Kern with Goading Around Peridot. And fourth place, Produce Dam, went to Ethan Woods with Windscape JB Anthem.
Udder is our final group class before best udder consideration. At the head of the line, a real tough group to beat. Our first place 2-year-old, our intermediate national champion, and our third place 5-6-year-old behind the grand and reserve, kind of a stacked class. And we can see these beautiful mammary systems with uniform blending of the rear udder attachment of the escutcheon and the roundness of shape, and the sound front end assemblies over two place number 3 for the dairy strength that they show us, the openness of ribbing, but the added mammary capacity that they have over 3 place number 4, extremely uniform in mammary system when viewed from behind, and the shape, particularly the width of rear arch, is very commendable. And the usage of the rear legs, I think, is a little more correct and consistent. They're more consistent in teat delineation, diameter, and length than 4 placing over 5 for their length of body and their upstandiness that they have, while granting some more uniformity in the teats. 5 placing over 6 for their body capacity, the depth of the rear barrel, width of loin, and width of rump. 6 placing over 7 for the advantage they have an extension of forward attachment. They're also smoother movement and shoulder assembly at the top of the shoulder than 7. 7 placing over 8 for their maturity and age that they have, the depth of body, extension of brisket. 8 placing over 9. 2 mammary systems to evaluate that are balanced and symmetrical over a group that has a dry doe in it today. Thank you. First and second udders for best udder next. Had your official pictures taken. I believe they've done a good job of taking most of the pictures. Some does will be asked to milk out.
Oberhasli Dam and Daughter class. First place went to Kurt Schnipke with the doe Dreamy Sunset DET Nele. Second place to Coastroda with Cream of Kansas's Con Veranda. Third place, John Kane, Oberboard T Vi. Fourth place, Ethan Woods with Dreamy Sunset OBD Jito. Fifth place, John Kane, Hilaire Farm Whisper of the Heart. Sixth, Emma Hutchison, Oakland View Notorious Reba. Seventh, Kendra Carpentieri with Owl Ridge R. Tia's Sambuca. Eighth, Marina Legere, Coyote Ledge Gypsy. And ninth place was Olivia Torek with Crooked Bridge Red Oak. The current time, we're lining up for Oberhasli Best Udder.
Second place mammary systems from each of the classes. Our reserve national champion is having her official photo taken, but we have another breed wants to show, and we know you want to milk your goats out. So again, beautiful does here in our lineup. The difference is a number of these were not first place mammary system in their class. We have a flip in the yearling class. Again, more mammary capacity on this yearling. Our 2-year-old was our first place class winner with this perfect rear udder for her stage and development. This 3-year-old, the mammary system on her ample capacity. Beautiful 4-year-old, I believe she was third or fourth place in her class. We did flip our grand and reserve, so a little drama when they milk out. We'll see if I was right or wrong. And then our age, so here at the headline, we will ask our champion and reserve champion, our first place 4-year-old and our first place 3-year-old to milk out, please. So we do thank all the rest of the Oberhasli exhibitors. What a beautiful show. This is my 4th time judging the breed, whether I've been consultant or the lead judge, and they're better than ever. So congratulations. Conclusion of our Oberhasli show. Our apologies for the delay, but they're good goats to look at. We requested 4 goats to milk out. Our first place 3-year-old, our first place 4-year-old, and our champion and reserve champion. This in the front, first udder is on our reserve champion. Handily, our reserve champion will be our best udder doe for the quality of the milk out on this doe. She excels in the balance and symmetry on either side of the medial suspensory ligament, milked out over the champion, the second place udder. She is more balanced and symmetrical and milked out over the 4-year-old, and she excels over the 3-year-old in the height. And more lactations to her credit and youth and productive life. Now it becomes a little closer when we reveal our champion of the day. It is a beautiful mammary system, but again, at the national show, its finer points make the difference in the placement here. Not quite the teat placement of our champion. We do have better teat placement on these younger does. My choice for reserve best udder is my 3-year-old. It's for the quality of the mammary system, balance, symmetry, and quality. It's because of the evenness of how she milked out, because she had the most voluminous mammary system. She has a wider rear udder attachment than the 4-year-old. She has better teat placement than the champion. The 3-year-old be reserve best udder.
Thank you for joining us for the American Dairy Goat Association National Show. This has been a Walton Webcasting production, livestock like you've never seen before.